Hello, everyone. I am officially live. I really hope that you are doing well today. I don't know what time it is for you, but for me, it is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you are ready to do some reading and productivity sprints because that is what I am here to do tonight. If you are new here, I'm Alex. Welcome to my channel, Frank Fiction. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording, welcome to you as well. Regardless of which of those you are, I always post some fun questions during each reading sprint to kind of like get the conversation going with people who are watching. We always have some really great conversations. Hopefully, you will enjoy the questions that I have for you all tonight. In terms of what I am doing this evening, I am reading Seven Eves by Neal Stephenson. So I actually have Bart from Bart's Bookspace to thank for this recommendation. He didn't recommend it to me personally, but I was watching one of his videos where he actually did a book haul and he was talking about this and it caught my attention. And so I ended up just spontaneously going to the library to pick it up. And I am 318 pages in. So it's a pretty chunky book. I would say that this is definitely slow paced, much slower than I was expecting it to be, but that's not a bad thing. I can tell that Stevenson did a crap ton of research in order to write this book. I'm not kidding when I say that this might be the most like heavily researched and scientific science fiction books that I've ever read, and I'm really curious to see how it continues. The premise of this book is that the world is ending because the the moon got blown up into seven giant pieces, and all of those pieces are rapidly crumbling. So they have to figure out how to get people up into space in order for the human race to survive because everybody else down on Earth is going to die. Very dramatic. And what's interesting about this is there's been so much of the book where we're just going through essentially how to get people even up into space. Like at page 318, we're just now at the point where the world is ending. So I'm really curious to see what exactly the timeline is for this book, but based off of how many notes I have for this, I have a feeling this book is probably going to get its own video because I have a lot to say about it. But yeah, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a snack, grab a beverage, curl up under a blanket, work on whatever it is you feel like. It can be reading, it could not be reading. What I have tonight that I am drinking is a new cider. I'm a huge Cider Boys fan. I love hard cider, and Cider Boys is like the best brand in my opinion. But they have a new flavor that just came out, which is cranberry, raspberry, apple, and it is delicious. I love everything tart. So this is perfection in my opinion. Really, really loving it. And Keaton is not a sweets guy. Like he doesn't like a lot of sugar, and he tried that and he's like, "Wow, that's really awesome." And it is. So, now that I've done my whole spiel, I see people are coming in here. I'm really happy to see you all. So, Kat, hi, Kat. I'm so glad that you made it. You said, "Hi, Alex, I'm here," but also in my Cozy Cottage book club, which will be over at about 4:15. Well, hey, thanks for coming and hanging out, and I hope you're enjoying your book club. I hope it was a book that you really liked. Please let me know what book it is that you read because you've probably mentioned it, and unfortunately, I don't remember. Oh, Kat, I meant to tell you as well. I'm sorry again that I missed your reading sprints on Wednesday. I had my event on that in that evening. I was hosting a social hour for my work again, and I didn't get home until well after 7, and it had been like an 11-hour day. So I was absolutely wiped. So I felt terrible that I missed it, but I hope you had fun. Miss Starbuck, I am so glad you made it. You finally made it. I know you said that your schedule has been just, you said it was crazy. It's been massively busy lately. I don't know if that's good busy or bad busy, but whatever kind of busy it is, I'm glad that you are here. If you want to talk about what you've been up to, that's cool. And if not, that's cool as well. But I do have a question up tonight for everybody. The first question is always, what are you reading or working on tonight? So feel free to let me know. Hi, Oz. Welcome to you. I don't think I have seen you before on the channel. So if you're new here, very happy to have you. Thank you so much for joining. Miss Starbuck says, I am a person who reads in multiple books, but different genres, only one fiction. Today, I read the book, The Children's House of Belson by Betty or Hetty Verolm. Okay. It's about how she survived the World War II camp. Oh, okay. So that one was a nonfiction book. And how did you enjoy that? Is that good? Would you recommend it? Is that something that I should look into picking up? Because you know that I read a lot of stuff that focuses on World War II. Granted, World War II fiction, but I could be persuaded to pick up a nonfiction as well. Hey, Robert, welcome back, my friend. You said, I'm reading Black River Orchard by Chuck Vendig. Is it Vendig or Wendig? Thriller horror. Well, that is a really cool name. I have no idea what the premise is, but hopefully it's good. Feel free to let me know what that book is about. Miss Starbucks says, I won't read that now right before bed. A bit too heavy of a subject. That's fair. Yeah, you might end up dreaming about it unintentionally. Nala says, sounds like a perfect summer drink. It really is. Cannot recommend these enough. It's funny, on my last stream, I actually had somebody come on. She was new as well and was telling me a cider to get, and I was looking into it because I was like, oh, I've never heard of that one. And it turns out it's one that I can't get in the United States. And I was really bummed because it had a cool name. But I recommend this one if anybody can get them. Hey, Nicole, welcome. You said hello. We'll be in and out. Totally understand that. Got a lot going on this evening. Started reading Rock, Paper, Scissors by Alice Feeney for a book club I participate in. Also meets a prompt for the Reindeer Readathon. Okay, so what is the prompt and who is hosting Reindeer Readathon? And Alice Feeney is a name that I have heard many times, but I have never read from. So is this your first time reading that author, or are you like well acquainted with Feeney? Miss Starbuck says, right now I will read in my Napoleon Bonaparte book, huge fan, The Invisible Emperor, Napoleon on Elba from Exile to Escape from Mark Broud. Did you end up going to see the new Napoleon movie? Was that playing where you are, Miss Starbuck, with, oh my goodness, Joaquin Phoenix. There we go. I was like, I know his name. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I heard people talk about how it was well made, but it was very strange. And I didn't know how to take that because I haven't seen it to make my own opinion. But I'm curious if you were interested in watching that. You said, still reading the book. We'll let you know if the World War II book is a recommend. Well, perfect. Thank you. And Nicole says, my first of hers. Okay, well, I hope that it ends up being great. And what prompt did it meet for the Reindeer Readathon? Hey, William, very happy to see you. Welcome to the channel. I don't think that you have been on here before either, so really glad that you could make it tonight. Thanks for coming and hanging out on a Friday. You said, greetings, reading End of Story by Louise Swanson. Now, is that one that you are in the middle of, or did you just start reading it? And if you're in the middle of it, how are you liking it? Nicole says, thriller mystery, a book I wouldn't typically read. Okay, so it had to be both of those things, like had to be in that category and also a book you wouldn't typically read. I think that that's cool. I like that for a prompt. Kind of gets you to go outside of your comfort zone. And Robert says, Leinenkugel's Summer Shandy, great beer. Yeah, my family drinks those as well. I think I had a sip of one and thought it was pretty good. Admittedly, I don't drink a lot of beer. I've probably mentioned that on here. However, I had I had an experience during my social hour. So because I host them for work, we give out drink tickets to people, and you can only have a maximum of two drinks because of course we don't want people to get schlitzed before they go home, right? God, I couldn't get that sentence out. Good Lord. But yeah, we don't want people to like drink too much, and so we like provide food and give them these drink tickets. And in a previous social hour, I had like this really sweet wine, and of course, yeah, I love having a sweet drink. But it made me feel really, really bad. Like I felt sick while I was hosting the event. And so this time I was like, oh, I'm not doing that again. I'm actually going to have a beer. And my friend Dustin, who he helps me with my events, he came up and he was drinking a Miller High Life. And he's like, hey, if you've never had one of these, they're actually pretty good. And I wasn't sure about it, but I was like, okay, I guess I'll have a beer. And I actually really liked it. I was surprised that I would like a Miller High Life, and he was teasing me that it's the champagne of beers. And just in case anybody's wondering why I couldn't get that sentence out stuttering earlier, it's not because I'm drunk. This is my first beverage of the evening because I just got off of work and then logged in. So I promise that I am not inebriated. I just apparently can't talk. And Oz says, I'm currently reading Van Gogh's letters, but may swap for something light when I get ready for bed. It's 10 p.m. here. Okay, so it's actually pretty late there then. Well, I'm glad that you're hanging out right before bed. And Van Gogh, he was an interesting character, had kind of a tragic part of his life. So I'm guessing that when you say that you want to swap it maybe for something that's a little bit lighter, it's pretty heavy. I be very interested to hear about that. Miss Starbucks says, have not seen the movie, but I've heard of it. Saw the trailer. A lot of reenactor friends on Facebook says it's not historically correct. A lot of mistakes in the movie, sloppy mistakes. Yeah, they have mm, Hollywood has taken it upon themselves to make kind of like documentary style movies about famous people's lives, but you know that part of it is fictionalized. Like it's always going to partially be fictionalized because we weren't there, like we couldn't see it in person, right? So they're kind of just making it up as they go along. And I wondered about that with things that aren't historically accurate. Like if you're a big fan of like a certain part of history or a certain person, how much that has to grate on you. So I maybe you wouldn't like that movie then. I'm curious. I don't know. Nicole says, just one. I wouldn't typically read to meet the prompt. Okay. Very cool. Miss Starbucks says that's why I didn't watch it yet. Actually, also personally, I think the actor choice was really weird. Well, yeah, Joaquin Phoenix, he's a character. He's having his heyday right now, though, because he's shown up in so many things. I do think that he's an excellent actor. I don't know if he's a method actor or not, but I know when he played the Joker, he had like some outbursts on set because he was like really in character. And then immediately after they would happen, he would apologize to people and be like, "I'm sorry, I was just like I was in my character." So I don't know if it was supposed to be kind of like for dark comedy that they chose him. No idea. Read with Dr. B. Vanessa. Hey, hey, very happy to see you. Glad that you could make it. I don't think that you have been here in a hot second, so I'm glad that you were able to make it this week. What are you reading, Vanessa? Nicole says, Eric with Break Even Books hosts the readathon. It's my first one, but has really challenged me to get some books I've had on my shelf for a while read. Oh, that's fabulous. I love it when that happens. I have a lot that I've had for years too that I just need to kind of get on. And I think I'm going to focus more on that in the new year. Robert says, I wash my dishes with Miller High Life. I don't know if you're saying that it's because it's so watery, which would be very accurate. It is not. It is not a stout beer, but you know what? It's champagne of beers. It's light. It's refreshing, and for me personally, that's enough. Pip, hey Pip, welcome back. I'm glad that you came for another reading sprint. You said still reading Mistborn. Oh, I'm sorry. You said haven't read any since last week's sprint, so hoping to get some time in. Well, I imagine it's probably because things have been super busy. I don't know about all of you, but as we kind of get closer to the holidays, things have kind of just been insane. And I totally understand you not like either finding the time or wanting to put the time in to reading that. Because I remember you said last week that you only got through, it was like a couple pages and it took you a while. And I think maybe because the writing was dense. So good luck tonight. I hope that you're able to get through more and I hope that it's enjoyable. Books and Things with Alicia. Well, very happy to see you. You said hello, everyone. Hopping on from. Oh, okay. Very cool. You came from Vanessa's sprints. Well, hey, Vanessa, thanks for bringing people. I'm glad that you had your sprints tonight as well. You said hoping to get more reading done. Well, Books and Things with Alicia, what are you reading tonight? What is your goal for this evening? Williams Library says just over halfway. The book is well on its way to being my favorite for 2023. It was published in March of this year. Well, that's awesome that one, it was a pretty recent book that came out this year, but two, that you're having a book that you love that much at the end of the year. I love it when that happens. Though sometimes you kind of look at that and you're like, why couldn't I have found it earlier this year? But I'm glad that you found it now. Alicia says, I'll be reading Hassab. What is house? I'm going to guess it's House of something. and Blood. I have absolutely no idea what that is. Can I, how close did I get? Please tell me. Oh, oh no. House of Sky and Breath. Not even close. Okay, I got House of, and that was it. By Sarah J. Maas. Okay, was that one that she just recently came out with? Is that a recent publish? Okay, 2022. So it didn't come out this year. Well, how are you enjoying it so far? I'm sorry, did you say that you were just getting ready to start it? I think you said you wanted to get some more reading in. So how far into that book are you? And Kat, hello, Kat. You said we read "Twas the Night," the art. Oh yes, of course, "Twas the Night," the art and history of the classic Christmas poems written and compiled by Pamela McColl nonfiction. Yes, you were talking about that on last week's sprints as well. And what did you think of it? Was it fabulous? Was it like everything that you could have hoped for? Well, also, what was the general consensus of the people who went to your book club? Was everybody pretty happy with it? Hopefully. Vanessa says, fancy seeing some of my booktube friends here. I know. I love that, people can kind of jump from place to place and you all want to spend time here. That means a lot. You said, I'm reading Six Crimson Cranes tonight and going to spend some time hanging out with my partner. Well, very nice. I'm happy that you get to do that. Keaton, I think, because I usually do my sprints for at least 4 hours, I think he's probably going to be playing some Overwatch tonight. That's like his main hobby that he does, and he's really, really good at it. So hopefully he'll get some time in with his friends. He said, hey, Vanessa. Kat says, hey, Vanessa. And Vanessa says, hi, Kat. And hi, Books and Things with Alicia. Pip says, not feeling great though, so I'm not going to push myself. And I'm very happy that you know that and that you don't feel like, mentally taxing yourself, because that can be really hard. When you already don't feel well, it just makes it so much worse. Hello, Kay. Happy to see you. Said hi. Hope everyone is well. Sprint hopping over from Read with Dr. B. Well, Vanessa, you're bringing all the peeps to the yard. You said reading and working on some holiday projects, taping the like with some candy cane. Tapping the like with some candy. Oh, got it. Very nice. Well, I hope that you are enjoying your holiday projects. What projects are you working on? I have a gingerbread house that I need to decorate. And Kat says, hi, Christina. And Christina says, hi, Kat. Miss Starbucks says, I might read in 2 books tonight, swap them out. Haha. The other book would be Living with Cannibals and Other Women's Adventures by Michelle Slung. Adventure women like Amelia Earhart and Ida Pfeiffer. Very cool. Like that title alone is pretty grabbing. And Robert says, a modest film, the end has me running to the book. Really? Very cool. Well, hopefully that is fantastic. And Alicia says, sorry, it is House of Sky and Breath. No, you're totally good. I was able to Google it and figure it out. This is book 2 in Crescent City. I'm about 250 pages in. Need to get to page 400 for part 1 discussion tomorrow. Well, I believe that you could do it. 150 pages. Most people read faster than me. So when you say that, I'm like, you absolutely can. Hello, noteworthy fiction. Goodness, I'm so happy to see you. I'm glad that you could make it. You said hello, getting over being sick, so hoping to read a lot tonight. Well, I'm hoping that you are able to read a lot as well. Also, that you are settling in and finding a place down in Bloomington. I hope that you are able and to find a good place and that you had a good time after your trip. You said reading Tale of Genji and then switching to Skipping Christmas. Very, very nice. Said Williams Library says, and the paperback edition is set to be published in February. Mine is a hardback first edition. Oh, well, that's even more exciting because you'll just have that forever if you love it that much. Alicia says, I do have the audiobook to use as well. Awesome. Kay says, a 2,000-piece puzzle Christmas toy shop, a present for someone in the room with me, so can't say. And hopefully finishing decorating if the basement smell goes away. No! What's wrong with your basement? Did you have water come in? Was it water intrusion? I hate that. I'm sorry. But the puzzle is a lot of fun. I love jigsaw puzzles. Noteworthy Fiction says, ooh, good memory. We had a great time and have decided to move there. Hooray! Congratulations in July and August. Well, good. Then you have plenty of time to prep. Then you got 7 months, 7 to 8 months, back home in Virginia for now. Well, very happy for you. Congratulations. Okay, says, and reading Manic in Christmas River by Meg Muldoon. Very fun. And Miss Starbucks says, oh, I just read Skipping Christmas as well. Great book. Was nice to see the movie afterward and compare. Well, fabulous. Everybody's got some great things on their list tonight that they're planning to read. I got 30 minutes up on the clock for our first reading sprint, and I also have a question up here, which hopefully will be fun for you all. And it is, if you wrote a book, what genre would it be? And do you know a general plot? Some people are writers more than I am, and I'm curious, if you were to write a book, what kind of book would it be? And I have got the timer up, so I'll get that pulled up here for everybody. And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Hopefully, the cat didn't scare you too bad. All right, so let me know how you're doing with your reading. Right now, I have made it to page 330. I could have done a little bit more, but I was texting with Keaton because he was grabbing a couple things, one for Christmas and two for dinner. So, wanted to make sure that I was chatting with him for a second. And my question that I asked you all is if you wrote a book, what genre would it be? And do you know a general plot? And so I go back here to the last one. See, Vanessa said I would probably write a smutty romance book. LOL. And what kind of smutty romance would it be? Would it be fantasy like Sarah J. Maas, or would it be something that is more rooted in our reality, kind of like a contemporary romance? Noteworthy Fiction says, at Miss Starbuck, didn't know there was a movie. Good to know. And Books and Things with Alicia says, I'm a writer and I have several different genres I'm working on currently. Current one though is a rom-com. Oh, very fun. I love that. Is it a light rom-com, or is it something that is, let's say, is it a closed door romantic comedy or an open door romantic comedy? And Noteworthy Fiction says, I would write a Victorian sensation novel featuring a book thief. Oh, that's very fun. Have you read the historical fiction novel, The Book Thief? Did you? And if you did you enjoy that one? That's like one of my favorite books that I read this year. I thought it was fantastic. Great concept, too. Kay says, I think I would write a how not to do book. And a how not to do what, Kay? Please do elaborate. I need to know what it is that I should be staying away from. Ms. Starbuck says, at Noteworthy Fiction, yes, it's called Christmas with the Cranks. Oh, and I've seen that. I have seen that movie. It's cute. Alicia says, hey, Alex. Hi, Alicia. Happy to see you. You said horror. And no, I have no idea what it would be about. It would be crazy, though. I believe it. I think that you would come up with some really good ideas, Alicia, for our horror book. I bet it would be just like, it would just be awesome. Nicole says, nonfiction. I've had a hell of a time getting through my almost 36 years, good and bad. I've often thought about compiling my stories into a book. You know what? I think you absolutely should, because not all like stories have to be published. So if your goal would be just to write them down and pass them on to other people, or, even just have them for yourself, like something that you can reflect on or add to over the course of your life, I think that that's a very noble and wonderful idea. Plenty of people do that and they pass them on to their family members. So, yeah, you should. If you feel like it, you should do that. And Kat says, hey, Alicia. And of course, Alicia says, hey, Kat. Robert says, it's definitely horror. That's all I got so far. And you know what? That's acceptable. I feel like for myself, if I were to write a story, and I would probably have to start with a short story because my attention, I like to flip between projects too much. So like something that has a shorter time frame means I'm more likely to get it done, and novels take a really long time to write. So if I had to write anything, I probably would do science fiction or science fiction horror, and it be some sort of short story. In terms of what I would write, I've had ideas over the years of just random things that pop in my mind. I mean, every time I read a new book, even something like this, I think of all sorts of like different ideas or conversations that characters would have, but they never solidify into like a complete and total narrative. And that's something I kind of want to work on, not because I want to get something published or because I think I could get anything published, but just because I want to know that I could write a story if I want to. So that's kind of like you can think of it like an informal goal that I have for 2024 is like at least write one short story. And Kaz says, if I wrote a book, it would be a horror story or maybe a mystery. You could do a horror mystery. You said, not sure of the plot, but it would have a creepy Victorian style house in it, gothic vibes, perhaps. You do love the Victorian era, Kat, and I think that that sounds great and very you. It's very you. And Noteworthy Fiction says, thanks, at Miss Starbuck. Robert says, Black River Orchard, 71 of 600. Ooh, wow. That is a chonker of a book, Robert. How long does it take you to read a 600-page book? I don't think I've ever asked you how long it usually takes you to read a book. And William says, I'm a writer, clarification, a book I've written, currently writing, or currently an abstract concept. Oh, that's a great question. You know what? Tell me a genre and a concept of a book that you have written and one that would be a passion project for you in the future. Because I'd be curious to see if those two things are different. Because sometimes people stay in one vein, they want to, like, they pick one genre or one track and they go with that: romance, sci-fi, historical fiction. And other people, they like to kind of test the waters. Stephen King, great example of that. He's not just a horror writer. So yeah, give me a couple. Books and Things with Alicia says, I don't know yet, but there will be spicy scenes. Very nice. Pip says, a nonfiction about the way people think. I like that. So kind of psychology like book, or are you talking like neuroscience, like actually the science behind how people process and like record memories, for example? Would that like have any philosophy in it? Any sort of like sociology in terms of like the way that people interact? Like what would you be looking at? Because all of those things are things that interest me. I took a neuroscience course when I was in college. I took like abnormal psychology courses. Um, I think I had philosophy. I did take a philosophy course when I was in college. I think everything along the lines of why people think the things that they do and how people think the things that they do is fascinating. So I'm there with you, Pip. I would read that. And Noteworthy Fiction says, finished 14 pages, 3 in Genji, and the rest in Skipping Christmas. Very nice. Kay says, got to chapter 30 and making progress on Puzzle. And that, you're having so much fun tonight, Kay. Oh, I love jigsaw puzzles so much. And I'm one of those people, the more pieces, the better. The more I'm going to agonize over how to complete it brings me the most joy. I love tedious tasks like that have like some sort of satisfying end goal. I don't know why. It's the same thing with my like Book Nook like train set that I built. It had a lot of tiny pieces. It took a lot of time and it brought me a lot of joy. I don't know. It just does. Ms. Starbucks says, well, I have some book ideas which I want to write for real. 2 of them are fantasy, and one will be more chick lit comedy romance style. I will not tell the plots, of course. Haha. No, you wouldn't have to. When I say like plot ideas, I kind of mean more along the lines of like general. So like if I were to say science fiction, okay, I want to write a science fiction story, I would tell you, if I wrote a novel, for example, I would be interested in doing something that was a space opera, that had aliens in it, that kind of thing, right? So no, you don't have to elaborate, but I think that all sounds great. And William says, read 7 pages, 2 short chapters. Very nice. Noteworthy Fiction says, I have not read The Book Thief, but will be adding to my TBR. Yeah, I highly recommend it. So I know some people have like mixed feelings about historical fiction, but I can tell you that that book is rated overwhelmingly positive. So on Goodreads, I believe that it is actually the most rated book on Goodreads, period, because it has almost 2.5 million ratings. Not kidding, 2.5 million, and the average rating for that book is over 4.3 stars. And I think that says a lot. Now, I never saw the movie. I think people enjoyed that as well. But having only read the book, I can tell you that it has a deep impact, and it is told from the perspective of Death. Death is an anthropomorphic character, and it is set during World War II on the side of Germany. So if that sounds like that would be interesting to you, you might really like it. And you also said, I write mine as an epistolary. Yes, letters, because I too would want to write sporadically. Epistolary novels have like the biggest soft spot in my heart, because my first favorite novel, you could say, that I read as a young adult was The Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society. Mouthful of a name, I know, but I loved that book, and it was my first book that was written entirely in letters between characters, and I was floored by it because I had never experienced a story like that. And then I ended up reading LMNOP, which was like a required reading in school. So the Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society was for a book club that I joined voluntarily. And then LMNOP was a required reading for one of my English classes over the summer. And I thought it was great. And I've recommended both of those books actually on this channel before. So yeah, if you like epistolary novels, you might check those out. I'm curious if you have read Divine Rivals, because that is a book that I have right now on my Christmas list. That's one of the ones I like really do hope that I get because I'm so curious about it and I've heard so many good things about it. I usually am kind of like about books that have any sort of, I don't know, if it focuses on the romance more than the plot, I don't typically like it, but from what I've heard, people have said that it's very plot focused and it tackles the idea of being on like the war front really well because the characters are correspondents and they like write for columns in newspapers. Journalists, there we go, that was the word I was looking for. They're journalists in the middle of like a magical war in this fantasy world, and I thought that that sounded great. So, yeah, super interested in that. The case is how not to do a little of everything. I believe in trial and error, that you may have to fail before you can succeed. I also believe in sharing. So I would share where I went wrong in whatever I did. I love that. I love that because you want like other people, I'm guessing, to not make the same mistakes as you, kind of like pass it on to others. That's a way I try to live my life as well. A case in point was when I bought my house, two of my dearest friends were looking to buy a house quite shortly after me. And I got to tell them everything that I went through, all the details, start to finish, including like finding an agent or a realtor and all that. And it was very gratifying for me to be able to tell them about what I had done because I could laugh off the mistakes that I made because I knew then that they wouldn't make them. And that was a good feeling. So, yeah, I support that. Sabrina, so happy to see you. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Hope your mouth's feeling better after you got your tooth pulled. You said, if I wrote a story, I would love to write a fantasy romance. I am definitely not a writer, lol, but I just love that genre. And I know from your channel that that is a lot of what you read, and that makes perfect sense for you. And I love that. And I bet you if you wanted to write a story that you absolutely could. And that's a thing that Stephen King said many years ago is like, you can't write books if you don't read books. And I think that those of you who read like a ton, you would actually be better writers than you think. And that's something that I've wondered for myself is like maybe after another decade or something, and I've like gotten even more books under my belt, like maybe then I would come up with an idea of something like I really wanted to write, if that makes sense. Still too early for me, still too early for me to like have experienced enough to think that I could like write a good story. Robert says 5 days to read 600 pages. That's a really good rate. That's not that long at all, in my opinion. So yeah, killer, Robert. Nice. And Miss Starbucks says, oh, and poems. I actually already published a poem book. You did. Oh, well, good for you. You said it's in Dutch, though, so you can't read it, unfortunately. Well, I am happy for you and proud of you that you did that. Well done. My hat is off to you. You've done more than me in that regard, for sure. And Kat says, I'll be editing my book haul video during sprints. Yay! Hoping to release it tomorrow. Alex, I will be showing a sci-fi picture book I picked up from Second and Charles. You'd probably like it. Well, I'm absolutely going to watch it, Kat. I will watch your video. Your videos are so charming. So happy for you that you got to do like a little book haul, and our tastes match up so much that I'm sure I will find several things on there that I want to add to my TBR. You also said, at Noteworthy Fiction, I love Skipping Christmas, such a funny novel. Alicia says, I'm about halfway through The Terror and enjoying it so far. Hooray, that's awesome. That's another big book. That's a big book. But I'm glad that you are liking it. Alicia, please tell me, is that a book that is slow, medium, or fast-paced? I would guess, given the nature of the novel, that it's probably not fast, but I don't know, maybe. I thought it would be that way with Under the Dome, and it ended up really surprising me. So maybe. Noteworthy fiction. Oh my God, 2.5 million ratings. Crazy. Might check it out from library. Sounds great. Awesome. Well, if you do, please let me know if you ended up enjoying it. William says, okay, actually, my next book will be the sequel to my previous written book, not my current work. Okay. It's an alternate history and survival adventure, my previous book and planned sequel. Very cool. And are those self published? Did you publish them on like Amazon or through another service? I'm curious to hear more about those because alternate history and survival horror adventure, that sounds like fun. The Starbucks says, I love historical fiction and I already have The Book Thief on my wish list. Well, I know that you'll love it. Absolutely. I feel it in my heart. I would be surprised if you didn't. And Kat says, The Book Thief is excellent. Kat's backing me up. However, sad. Yeah, given the nature of the story, it absolutely is. You said it made me cry. As it should. It means you have a heart, Kat. You said, and the movie is great, but I cried a lot watching it. I loved both book and movie. Funny enough, I think I might own like a really cheap copy of the movie. You know, the ones that they put in like those $5 bins. I think I picked up a copy of it years ago and I just haven't watched it. I need to see if I still have it or if I got rid of it. Because I made a huge donation once I moved into my house and I brought a bunch of stuff over from my mom's because I had split it between my mom's house and my apartment that I was living in because my apartment just didn't have a lot of space. And I started going through a bunch of like my movies and my old games, and I got rid of a ton of stuff. So hopefully I didn't get rid of that one. Okay, says, I loved the Potato Peel Pie Society. Have you watched the movie? I haven't, but I believe the leading actress was one that was in Downton Abbey. Like she was she the cousin? Oh, good Lord. I might be wrong about that because I don't even know the actress's name, but I remember seeing her face and being like, I recognize her from something. So, if did you enjoy the movie then, Kay? If you're asking if I've seen it, was it accurate to the book? I hope it was. I hate it when they're not. I'm a stickler about that. And Kat says, good progress, Alicia. Absolutely. Kay says, I love books about books, stories, and authors. Yes, me too. I think that's something to be said for people who love reading is you also just love the idea of reading too. At least that it's that way for me. Noteworthy Fiction says, love Elemental P. Yes. Never heard of Divine Rivals. My love of epistolary started with Clarissa, 18th century Brit Lit. It's 1,400 pages of nothing but letters. Well, fortunately, I have a notebook that's sitting right here so I can write that down. Admittedly, I haven't heard of that. Thank you for that recommendation. I'll have to look that up here in a little bit. And Miss Starbucks says, if you love historical fiction, Alex, I really recommend the books by Edward Rutherford, Paris, New York, Russia, London, and China. Okay, I will write those down as well. Thank you. Also, thank you all for dealing with me as I'm like have mush mouth tonight. Apparently, my brain starts going so fast that my mouth can't keep up, and when all my words move together and kind of mush together, I call that mush mouth. So I think I'm finding my groove a little bit more, so I'm not stuttering quite as much. But I appreciate you just bearing with that. And Sabrina says, I need to read Divine Rivals. I have heard such great things. Yeah, I honestly am really, really hoping that I get that one for Christmas. I will be doing, I think, a little haul video after Christmas to show you all what I got. So whatever I got of all those 25 books, I'm going to be super excited. But I do really hope that one is in there because I haven't read an epistolary novel now in a little bit, and I'm like craving it, you know. Miss Starbucks says, also, a book based on a true story would be The Postmistress of Paris from Meg Waite Clayton. Okay. Now, postmistress, I'm guessing, is that what you call a female postmaster, like somebody who runs the post office? I might be wrong about that, but if that's actually what they're called, I love that. I've never heard that before. I've only ever heard the term postmaster. And Noteworthy Fiction says Divine Rivals sounds pretty good too. Yeah, I think so. Sabrina says, yes, my mouth is feeling so much better. Great. Thank you. I wrote a very short story back in middle school. It was a weird mystery thriller, even though I barely read a genre. I barely read that genre now. I love that. That's cool. When did you start reading fantasy? More like fantasy romance? Like what age were you when you moved into that? Because science fiction was actually fairly recently for me within the last few years. And then I like kind of hit my stride and was like, yep, this is my favorite genre now, that and horror. So I'm kind of like, getting into it. But other people have like way more experience with those than me. And so I have to catch up. And Sabrina said, Kat, I love that your video tomorrow is a book haul. Mine is a book unhaul. Oh, Sabrina, I'll have to check that out too. Maybe I'll watch them together. That would be very funny. I love that. Alicia says, I would say The Terror is definitely a slow paced book. It really does put you in their world, though, if you let it. I really enjoy that as long as it's done well. The thing is just that it keeps moving. Like a book can be slow as long as it keeps moving forward. And I would say that Seven Eves is a great example of that. It's like, yeah, we're going to take this time to really flesh out these 2 years that these people are building these rockets and sending the last of humanity up into space. But it's engaging. So I'm glad that you're having a good time with it. That's fabulous because that makes me want to read it even more because you already know that I wanted to read it. Okay, said, yes, she was the cousin. Oh, good. I remembered from Downton Abbey. Great. Loved it. Gaz says, at Sabrina Reads and Rambles, I probably should unhaul a bunch of books. Kat, if you did, I would support you. I understand the need to sometimes to just do the purge. William says, I self-published my book in a limited print run. I never managed to get my books sold in stores. I want to figure out how to sell my books on Amazon, digital and unsold physical stock next year. Oh, that's absolutely attainable. 100% William, if that's what you want to do. I don't know how difficult it is, but I think that you might have to sell your rights to your books to Amazon in order to do that. I am not an expert. I have no idea, but that might be what you have to do. And Kay says, after Percy Jackson, I stopped comparing and just tried to enjoy the film for its own sake. Maybe I should go back and see how I feel. It's been a while. I never read Percy Jackson. I never read any of those. And I feel like I missed out as a kid because I was one of those weirdos. I didn't read any of like the popular series that other people loved. I just read like whatever obscure thing I wanted to pick up and nobody else read it, which is why I was so tardy to the party reading like Harry Potter. I still haven't read all the Harry Potter books. I'll have to read those as an adult. But yeah, I kind of wonder if I should read those as like the Percy Jackson books as an adult. I know I want to go back and reread Series of Unfortunate Events because I think I only read the first two books in that whole series and I want to know how it ends. So I've thought about eventually getting like that box set. And Kat says, at Sabrina Reads and Rambles, although I did give away a bunch of books on my channel throughout the month of November. Yes, and I got one of them. Success! I won! I won Fire Girl, and it was awesome. I was really excited. That is a really good way to give books to other people. You've inspired me, Kat, that if I don't have books that I'm going to donate to the library, that I think that would be a lot of fun to do like a giveaway. That's the one reason I've looked at these books, this giant stack of books that I have down here, but I pledged myself that I would donate them to the library when it opened, because we have like a new one that's opening in the community. And I'm like, I just want to be able to give them a giant basket like full of books because that would make me happy. And Miss Starbucks says, I have Divine Rivals as well on my wish list. Well, you know what? Then we all need to read it together. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm putting that down now. Everybody should read it. And Kay says, I understand mush mouth. I told hubby to vacuum the lawn and throw the clothes in the oven. Oh, thank you, Kay. That makes me feel a lot better, actually. Kay says, oh, Christina. Oh, that's really funny. That gave me a good laugh. Thank you. Miss Starbucks says, yes, please, a book haul video after Christmas. I promise that I will. I'm kind of slow right now putting out videos. Just to give a little bit of context about that, I released 2 videos that I spent a lot of time on, like a lot of care and effort went into making them, and I had a great time making them. So nothing about that. But When I published them on YouTube, for whatever reason, YouTube like refused to promote them to people, like really at all. And it bummed me out. It made me so sad. And then my last video, they like promoted it to everybody. And I was like, what the heck is going on? Cannot understand the YouTube algorithm. So it's not like I'm not making videos, just to be clear. Like I have ideas of the books, or excuse me, the videos that I want to make this month. And I like I'm already planning them out. It's just one of those things where it's like, man, I realized that after that happened, I had wrapped up like so much emotion into like these specific videos that when they didn't do well, it made me feel sad. And I didn't want to feel that way when I made videos. I want to feel good that like no matter how many people see them, that I'm happy just that I created something. So I'm going to get back into it. It's all going to be good. But just to let you know why things have kind of been a bit slow for my channel lately. Sabrina says, that is such a good idea, Kat. Yeah, I would recommend that, Sabrina. Doing a little giveaway. Miss Starbucks says, you are right about the postmistress indeed. Okay, cool. I'm going to start using that term now. Sabrina says, I started Fanro with ACOTAR in July of last year, and my love for it just took off. Very cool. So yours actually is very recent as well in terms of when you just got into, haven't they started calling it romantasy? Fantasy romance. It was a category on Goodreads this year, romantasy. So that's taken off. And sorry if you can hear Bubby. Keaton's walking in the door and he's very excited that Keaton is home. Miss Starbucks says, at Williams Library, what is your author name, your pen name? And Sabrina reads and Bramble says, oh my gosh, Alex, you haven't finished Harry Potter. No, I haven't. I fully admit that, and I know that I'm well past the point when I should have, because they came out when I was growing up. So I was absolutely the age, like I could have read all of them. And I just didn't. Shame on me. I was bad about reading not assigned books, though, when I was in school, like going through, because I was so dedicated to my schoolwork that, you know, I had to read all these books for English and textbooks and everything, that I didn't read a lot for pleasure when I was growing up. I did read some things, but not a ton. And so now that I'm an adult, funny enough, now I read like everything that I want to, like as much as I can while fitting in other activities. So I'll get to them. I'll get to them. McKay says, I was an adult when I read both Percy and Harry. I read both series to my boys. That's so cool. I love that. And you're instilling a love of reading in your kids. Sabrina says, I love Harry Potter so much, but I definitely still need to read Percy Jackson. Cool. And William says, my author name is my real name. I'm not technically published. I sold some of my stock in the library I run. Okay, very cool. Well, I wish you the best with getting your books on Amazon. I believe in you. You can do it. Miss Starbucks says, okay, so I can't search for you and see what you wrote. Hope you will get it to a wider public on Amazon or something. Never sell your rights, though. Winky face. Yeah, there is something to be said for that. You're absolutely right. Sabrina says, I hear that, Alex. My last vlog of California didn't do so well, and it did kind of bum me out, but it's one of my favorite videos I've done. Yeah, I 100% understand and support you in that way, Sabrina. And yeah, if you're ever feeling down and you have that moment where you're like, I don't know if I should be doing this, I put so much time into it. The answer is always you should, as long as it brings you joy, like a part of the process at least brings you joy. And I'd be happy. You can email me. You can send me a message on Instagram if you're ever feeling down about something. Speaking of which, I do need to watch that vlog. I need to watch it. So I apologize that I haven't seen it yet, and I will get on that. I promise. Robert says, I shared your videos on Twitter. That's why there was a huge uptick. I'm sure that was it. Well, Robert, regardless of whether that was the reason why, I appreciate that you would share anything that I create with the people that you know. So thank you. You're one of my peeps, Robert. You rock. And you also heckle me in a very friendly way, and I appreciate that. And Kat says, don't feel bad, Alex. I haven't finished Harry Potter yet, but I've seen all the movies. Me too. So my grandma is a massive Harry Potter fan. And when I was growing up, I would go and I would spend time with her during the summer. Like I'd spend 2 weeks of my summer vacation at her house. And I remember going with her to one of the midnight releases. It was for the 6th movie. and how big of a turnout it was. And there's just me and my grandma at the movie theater, and everybody's dressed up in their capes and everything. And I remember thinking it was a cool vibe, even though I hadn't read the books and I had no idea what was going to happen. Everybody else there probably knew what was going to happen, but me. But it was a great time, and I'm glad that a series could bring people that much joy. And Kat says, I have to read the last 3 books. All right, cool. And you said, and I've been to Universal, which is amazing. My grandma, my got to go there because my uncle took her, and I heard that there's a lot of, they're trying to promote you to buy things like buy the capes, buy the wands, that kind of merchandise, but that you could go there and really enjoy the experience without having all of that stuff, which I appreciate because the rides look really cool. And I'm very curious about butterbeer. I won't lie. I'm like, because I know it's not alcoholic. I know it's like a sweet butterscotch dessert, and I'm not a big butterscotch person, but I would be willing to try it because I want the experience. I want to just know what it is. But thank you all. That was a wonderful conversation. I will go ahead and get the next timer up. You all can tell me, do you want to do 30 or 45 minutes? The way that I do this is whoever answers first is the one who gets the time. So tell me, 30 or 45 minutes. And Kay says, I made my son his own trunk, cloak, and wand. Oh, that's great. And Sabrina says, Universal is in my vlog. Haha. And butterbeer is so good. Well, I look forward to seeing you go there. That sounds awesome. William says, Harry Potter. There's not an issue with reading them, knowing the transphobic stuff the author has started. Yeah, that is definitely a topic of conversation right now, and I know a lot of fans of the series are trying to separate Harry Potter from J.K. Rowling as a human being. I personally don't care for J.K. Rowling as a person, and I know that some of my subscribers, we've actually talked about that before on my lives of like not liking her as an individual. But the series, of course, was created before all of that controversy came out, and so I have the books already, so it's not like she's getting any more money from me. Like I've had them for years, so I don't know. But I don't like her as a person, and I don't support her thoughts. And Kat says, yes, you most definitely can. Butterbeer is amazing, but the warm is my favorite. Okay, so you can get it hot or cold. Okay, nice. And Kat said 45 minutes. So Kat wins. And I have another question, of course. I have another question for you all. And that is, tell me about your favorite character and why they are your favorite, because I want to hear this. So you can answer that like during the sprint. You don't necessarily have to answer it right now, but I'm going to get that 45 minutes up on the clock. And Kay says, I already own all the Harry Potter stuff, so I'm not supporting, just enjoying. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are feeling that way right now. And you also said 45 minutes. And Kat says, woohoo, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yep, Kat, you win. So I got that timer up on the clock. I think Keaton is here with dinner, so I'm probably going to run in and grab that and come back really quick. But I will start the timer, and I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you were doing with your reading. I admittedly did not read a whole heck of a lot during the sprint because I was too busy eating one of the best gyros that I've ever had in my life. There was this place that's over by Keaton's work, and he told me, like, yeah, they got really great gyros. And I'm a huge fan of Greek food. And so I always like to kind of go to places that are actually owned by people who are Greek because the authentic ones are usually like the best ones. And I didn't know what to expect of this place. And he brought it home, and I just like, it was like full face of euro, which is why I got off camera because it's not a pretty thing to eat. Like they're super messy, but it was delicious and I loved it. In terms of where I am in here, I am on page one, or excuse me, 334. There we go. And I was actually laughing uh, because we just got, oh, I want to say reintroduced to a character who is someplace that they're not supposed to be, and they were kind of a stowaway, and it's going to cause a bunch of problems. And I thought it was extremely funny. So I am honestly really enjoying this so far. I'm curious on where the journey is going to take me. And I don't know how many of you saw, but when I came back on camera after I'd like gotten cleaned up and everything from eating dinner, I accidentally put up my face and got rid of the timer. And Kat caught me starting laughing at me. She said, "Hi, Alex, checking to see if we're still here." I told her I was batting 1,000 tonight because I'm just doing such a great job, and that I absolutely did not. He just hit the wrong button, and she said, "Caught ya." So that was on me. But in terms of the question that I asked, I know that this one didn't get quite as many answers, and that's totally okay because I have more to put up, of course. But is tell me about your favorite character and why they are your favorite. And Noteworthy Fiction came in and said, my favorite character of late is Captain Rag. How do you pronounce that? Wragge. Is it? I would think it might be Rag. A moral agriculturalist running a con on every human heart he comes across, from No Name by Wilkie Collins. Okay, that sounds really cool. No Name. That seems that that title sounds kind of familiar. I want to look up the cover because sometimes I recognize covers more than I do the names of books. Kind of depends. Let's see. No Name, Wilkie Collins. No, okay, I'm not familiar with that. And I'm gonna try to pull up the cover. So that's kind of what the cover looks like. Has an average of almost 4 stars. So that sounds really interesting. So I have that one written down. Robert says, fave character, Lord Militant General Ibram, Warhammer 40K. Okay, cool. And Arcady Renko, not enough spaces allowed in the chat to go into detail. Now, I do remember you talking about Arcady Renko in the last live, and I need to read the series. It was part of a series, right? That was the one that had, it was like a ton of books, wasn't it? Because I remember, gosh dang it, why are all my apps everywhere? This is what happens when I get a new phone and everything's not where it's supposed to be. Arcady rank, yeah, there, and it had like 40 books in it. Is that right? No, 10. God, not 40. Excuse me, 10 books. Okay, yes, I remember. And Warhammer 40K, it was years ago. I didn't play 40K. I played Age of Sigmar, and I still have my little figures that I used to play with, even though like I haven't had anybody um, to play with in a long time. Mostly because we don't have a games workshop near me, and the way that I got into it at the time was back when I was in college. Because I majored in marketing, I actually worked with local businesses, like real people who own businesses in the community, and I would give presentations for them about like ways that they could improve their business and how to draw new business. And we had a local games workshop, and it was a female owner, and she was really cool. I still remember her name was Ilea. And She was an excellent painter and a very, very nice person. And I wanted to know about the game, and being a woman as well, she wanted to figure out how to bring more women in. So I actually bought pieces from her. I didn't have to. I didn't have to spend any money on this project. I was a college kid, but I spent the money on the figures. I built them, I painted them. I wanted to learn the process. And then I would play with her clients and get to know them so that I could have like that real personal interaction. And it was super cool. And I do miss that because it was a tight knit community and you saw the same people all the time. Very friendly crowd. Robert says, Ibram Grant, by the way, name got cut off. Okay, perfect. Thank you. William says, 12 pages, 2 chapters, and beginning a third. Great job, William. That is fabulous. Noteworthy Fiction says, read more and ate pizza and wings. Yeah, I love that. That's good food right there. Kat says, I'm watching my book call video before uploading it to YouTube. Also took my picture of day 3 of my Owl Crate advent calendar to post on Instagram. Kat, I need to find you on Instagram. Are you under the same handle as you are on YouTube? Do they match? Because I will go find you on there and I'll send you a request. And Kat says, I have too many favorite characters. And that is perfectly acceptable. I was thinking about this. I was wondering if it would be a good question or if people would have to like really rack their brains, because I was kind of racking my brain going, who would my favorite character be? Because I love so many people from so many different books. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go with the first ones that pop into my head. And the first, of course, is like the personification of death, which is kind of, that carries across many different books. So Book Thief was one, Discworld, Good Omens is another. I love it whenever there is a character of death because usually they're very dry. They view humanity in a different way. They can either be super sarcastic and not emotional in the case of Terry Pratchett, or they can be quite feeling and have a lot of heart, like in the case of the Book Thief. But I just think that like death is so interesting because it's something that people are terrified of, but can be portrayed in a very pleasant way. Like Sandman is another one. Sandman the comic. So I guess in that way, I love death. But if I had to pick one character from one book, the first one who came to mind was Arthur Parnassus from The House in the Cerulean Sea. That book meant a lot to me when I read it. I cried like 3 times reading that book, which I normally don't like weep a lot when I read books. But I loved Arthur Parnassus. I thought that he was charming and he was kind and he was fiercely protective and he just had all of the characteristics of a good person, and I loved him. And I'm really excited to hear that there is a sequel that is coming out next year. So I was thrilled. I thought it was a standalone book. I had no idea that it was going to be a duology or a series or whatever it turns into. But when I saw that the next one is called Somewhere Beyond the Sea, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I immediately started like singing the song, I think it's going to be great. And Kay says, I got to chapter 36 working on special project and my eldest called. Oh, that's great. I hope you had a wonderful conversation. I love being able to talk to my parents. My parents are both really like fun to talk to. And it brings me great joy. I'm looking forward to getting to see my dad soon and spending some time with my mom for the holidays as well. Noteworthy Fiction says, yep, that's the right cover. Perfect. Thank you. And Kay says, right now my fave character is the House of the Wind from ACOSF because you don't want a house that will draw you a bath, load you up. Oh, because, excuse me, who doesn't want a house that will draw you a bath, load you up with smut books, and feed you chocolate cake? Yeah, actually, that sounds fantastic. I will have one as well, please, immediately. William says, Doremus Jessup from It Can't Happen Here by Sinclair Lewis, a 60-year-old protagonist and still self-improving. The novel ends with him at age 63. Well, that sounds lovely. Is that a book that you read recently, or is that one that you have loved for a while? And Kat says, Barry just came home and says, hello. Well, hello, Barry. I hope you had a fantastic day today. Happy Friday. And Kay says, A Court of Silver Flames. Thank you, Kay, because you know that I don't get all the lingo. I got Akatar. I know Akatar is A Court of Thorns and Roses, but all the rest of them, I don't I don't remember the acronyms. So thank you. Miss Starbucks says, "Well, hope my message is getting through now on my phone." Yes, we can see the Miss Starbucks. I'm sorry that you were sending some that weren't getting through, but we got you now. And my next question that I have for you all is, what is the longest book that you have ever braved? And Kay says it is the last one in that series so far. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I do love this idea of a house that takes care of you. I think that's really fun. That almost sounds like something out of science fiction, but that's a cute fantasy idea. Let's see. Miss Starbucks says, I've read 3 chapters in my Napoleon book. Awesome job. You're killing it. And I also wanted to see, how long do you all want the next sprint to be? Would you like it to be 30 or 45 minutes? First one to answer is the winner. Miss Starbucks says, I don't have a favorite character, not yet at least. And that's perfectly okay. We can just enjoy like certain characters from books that we read. Doesn't have to be a favorite overall. And Kat says 30. So Kat wins again. Kat, you're quick on the draw tonight, my friend. Quick on the draw. Got 30 up on the clock here. Sorry, Kay. Kat beat you, but maybe you can get the next one. Miss Starbucks says, and the cat scared me. Yeah, I've been also scared by the meow when I wasn't expecting it as well, when I'm like deeply focused. And I go, oh, totally understand. Better than being scared by my face, though. I wonder, Kat, did I scare you when I suddenly just popped up out of nowhere? I hope I didn't. I'm sorry. And Will says, I read the book in 2021. Okay. Well, that's nice that you have like held on to loving that character for a couple of years. Miss Starbuck says, I will go to sleep now. It's 1:21 a.m. here. Well, Miss Starbuck, I'm so happy that you came and spent time with me this fine Friday, and you are lovely as ever. So I hope to be able to see you at the next one. So you take care of yourself. He said, bye-bye. And Kay says, longest book, I think it was It or The Shining. It was over 1,500 pages. I wonder, did you have a mass market paperback edition? Because it was, I know it's over 1,100. So before the uncut version of The Stand, also by Stephen King, it held the record. I think it was 1,138 pages for it, and then the uncut version of The Stand was nearly 1,200. But the funny thing is, I could have swore that my copy that I had of the uncut version of The Stand was like 1,400 pages, but I think I'm misremembering. I don't have the copy of it anymore, unfortunately, because I was trying to remember as well. I knew the longest book that I had ever read was the uncut version of The Stand, but I couldn't remember how many pages. So it was close to 1,200. So if it was one of those, Kay, then it had to have been It, because It is longer than The Shining. Absolutely. And Kay says, I'm not sure what it was right now. That's okay. And Kat says, you startled me because I caught you out of the corner of my eye. Oh no. Oh no, that's not the way I ever want anybody to see me. And Will says the longest book was the Urantia book at 2,097 pages. Oh my gosh. And is that like one continuous narrative, or is that a collection of some kind of stories? That is long. Who is the author of that, Will? Or sorry, maybe you go by William. I don't want to shorten your name if that's not what you go by. And Kay says, it may have been The Stand because I had the uncut version. Then Kay, you and I are in the same boat. I double checked, because I was like, well, I read, of course, the original Song of Ice and Fire books, and I knew that those were super long, and I knew it was really close between The Stand, It, and those books, but The Stand won. And Noteworthy said the longest was Clarissa at 1,536 pages. That is a massive, that is a massive book. And to be written entirely in letters as well is fabulous. Is it I'm trying to think, forgive me. How old is Dracula? I'm gonna look that up right now. What year was Dracula published? Gosh dang it, not when he was born. I know he was a real person. Vlad the Impaler was anyway. 1897. Okay. I wonder, is that about the same time? 1897, and then when was Clarissa published? 1747. Okay, so they're about what, give or take 50 years apart. I was curious just because Bram Stoker's Dracula was the first one that I knew of that was ever written like as an epistolary novel, and I wasn't sure how far behind Clarissa was because you said it was 18th century British uh, fiction. Robert said, my 1990 stand hard copy is 1153. Murakami's IQ 84 is 1157. Okay. Man, that is so close. I have the digital copy of IQ 84 that I really want to read. I ended up getting it after I finished Hard Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World just because I was really curious about it. Robert, what did you think of IQ 84? Have you read other Haruki Murakami books, or was that the only one that you've read? And if we've talked about that before, I apologize. I don't remember. Kay said, although there was one that was a choose your own adventure smut that I read all the options for, I need to check how many pages that was. Okay. Cool. That would have been a long one too if you got like all these different options, right? And Kat says it was the Stand uncut version for me. Yeah, we're all coming through with the Stand. Stephen King fans. Will says it's a bizarre religious spiritual text with no attributed author, probably multiple individuals. Fascinating. What got you to pick that up in the first place? Was it something that you had heard of, or did you like stumble upon it? Noteworthy says, I love a good long book. Me too. Chunky books are the best. They have a special place in my heart because it's just so satisfying when you get through them. Jamie B's books. Well, hello, Jamie. Very happy to see you. You said, I read the Urantia book 2 and War and Peace and Clarissa. Wow, dang. Look at you. Not sure which is longest, probably Urantia. Wow, that's incredible. That's a series of books right there. Robert says, Cat's Novel Adventures, there are 3 editions of The Stand, right? I don't know the answer to that myself. I would have assumed that there was the original hard copy, and then if they made a paperback copy of the original version, and then they printed the uncut version of The Stand. Did they make a hardcover copy of the uncut version? The only one I ever saw was a mass market paperback, so Kat might know. And Kat says, me too, at Noteworthy Fiction, in terms of loving long books. And Will says, the last part of the book reads a little like a novel. The rest is teachings and world building. Okay. Noteworthy says 18th century tends towards epistolary since people were skeptical about fiction and more likely to like an epistolary because they could be real. I had never heard that before. I'd never like been given the context or framework for why epistolary novels began, but I love you explaining it that way. Thank you for that. Learn something new every day. And Kay says, Escape the Island of Eldritch Lust by Amanda Clover, 1595. Wow. That is, wow. Did you enjoy that? Did you like all of the different, ways that you could go? Or, was it kind of I don't know. I've never done a choose your own adventure, so I don't know if they're strange or if they're fun or if they're a combination of both. I know not a totally different genre, but like Goosebumps. R.L. Stein did that with like one of the Goosebumps books, and if I had seen that as a kid, I would have thought that was like the best thing ever. So I would assume that would have been fun, personally. And Kat says, Robert, not sure. I read it back in the 8th grade paperback. Then I got a hardcover copy as an adult with the added pages. Okay, so they Kat, I think you're confirming then that there was a hardcover version of the uncut stand, right? So maybe there's maybe four editions. I'm not sure. I could have swore that my mass market one was bigger than the 1156 pages or whatever it was. Kay says, but the stand was so much better. Okay, well that answers that answers that question. Yeah, the stand is just a classic. I'm actually very disappointed in myself that I gave up my copy because you know how sometimes when you read a book you give it an initial rating and you think, okay, I know how I feel about this. And then you'll like give a copy away. And I by no means thought that the uncut version of The Stand was bad. I gave it a solid 4. I thought it was a really good book. But I thought, oh, it's so long, I'll never read it again. So I sold it. I sold my copy. And now my rating has gone up like over time now that I think about the story and I know like what was in it. It was one of those that it changed a little bit for me. And now I'm like, well, crap, now I have to get another copy. I hate it when that happens. Noteworthy says, oh my gosh, you guys are my people with these long books. Absolutely. You have come to the right place. You've come to the right place. And Will says, I read the book because I was self studying world religions. Well, that's a great reason to read it then. So I hope it was enlightening in if not spiritually for you, then at least knowledge wise. Robert says, I read 4 other Murakami books, The Stand original, The Stand uncut, and I believe a third added edition, all hardcovers. Okay, interesting. And Kay said, no, I have no idea why I kept reading it. Okay. I like the choose your own when I was younger, but it was not my kind of smut. Fair. Yeah. I don't know how I would feel about it with a romance because I guess it would feel almost inauthentic with that because I like if it was a romance, I want there to be like a set narrative. I want there to be something that's canon. So I don't know if I would like a book like that for romance. I would probably for horror just because like people could die in all these tragic ways and I would find that entertaining, I guess. And Robert says IQ 84 replaced Pillars of the Earth as my favorite book. Oh my gosh, wow. Oh, yet another chunky book that I need to read next year. You know, maybe I'll move that one up too. That's a great recommendation right there, especially for how much I know that you love Pillars of the Earth, and Keaton loves that one too. Jamie B says, I was a rebellious teen, raised Adventist, and the library had the Urantia book, so I read it. Okay. And did you enjoy it though? I mean, did you get a lot out of reading it, or was it kind of just an educational experience for you? He said, turns out the prophetess at the core of the Seventh day Adventism hung out with the guy responsible for writing the Urantia book. Really? Well, that's fascinating. I admittedly don't know much about Seventh day Adventism, so forgive me for my ignorance, but I think that that correlation, that's wild. And Kat says, well, actually, I'm incorrect for my longest book. I just looked up the version I read back in 8th grade, 817 pages. So my longest book was it, although I need to check if Insomnia is longer. Ah! Well, hey, either way, those are some chunky books. And if it was the longest that you read, then you weren't that far behind for the uncut version, right, of The Stand. Okay, so I think we're ready for our next sprint here. Cat 1 with 30 minutes up on the clock. And this is actually just like a general, like personal question about how things are going that you guys can answer sometime during the sprint. And that is, how is your holiday shopping progressing if you participate in that? You, of course, are free to say that you don't participate in that, and that's absolutely great too. But I will go ahead and get the timer up on the clock here. See, a comment came through really quick. And Jamie said, Urantia is odd, reads more like sci-fi, but was intended to be taken seriously. That's kind of the opposite of Hubbard's books, for Scientology that started out as science fiction and then became a religion. That's kind of funny. Well, all right, everybody. I'm going to wish you happy reading, and I will see you again in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Tell me how you did. How's it going? I When I said at the very, very beginning of the sprints that this book is incredibly dense, I meant it. It's taking me a while to get through even just like small sections, but that's okay. I am only on page 346. So I haven't made like a ton of progress tonight, but I don't mind. I don't mind as long as the story's good. So, where all are you at this evening? I did leave you all with the question, how is your holiday shopping progressing if you participate in that? And before we left, I did see that there were a couple comments that came through that I didn't get a chance to read. William said, at Jamie B., Dr. Sadler, he started with debunking spiritists and then went on to start a religious movement. And Jamie said, Martin Gardner wrote a good book, Urantia, the great cult mystery. From what I knew already about the Adventist Ellen G. White and her husband, it seemed well researched. Robert, in relation to Christmas shopping, said, shopping, I ordered a Five Nights at Freddy's hoodie for the daughter. The dad wants a book haul at Kinokuniya. Kinokuniya? Did I get that even remotely close, Robert? But that sounds nice. So your daughter is a fan of video games in general. Like Five Nights at Freddy's, I know, of course, is a very popular video game. So is she a gamer? And do you play games at all? I don't normally ask that. I don't normally talk about video games on here all that much. I think the most I've ever talked about really is Mass Effect. But I'm curious. Noteworthy says holiday shopping has been non existent, so behind. I'm sorry. I know what that is like. Especially when you try to put like a lot of thought into getting people gifts. Sometimes I get really stuck. I feel like every year it gets a little bit harder to get somebody a personal gift. So if you're behind, don't feel bad. I totally get it. I am just now kind of wrapping up on the stuff that I was getting for friends and family. So I have like I don't want to call it like a policy, but I have an agreement. We'll call it an agreement with some of my family members and some of my friends that we don't exchange gifts just because like the pleasure of one another's company is enough, right? But for the rest of my family, the joy of giving a gift, it's like more about finding it even than receiving a gift. And the older that I get, the more I understand that like the pleasure of just like finding something that somebody will love. The one thing that I am most excited for this Christmas in terms of a gift that I have two a gift that I'm giving that I'm really excited about. One is for Keaton, and I can't talk about it because he watches my streams and he might come on here and see it. But I put a ton of thought into that one, and it's really special. And I joked with him that I won Christmas, but it's fair because he told me that he won my birthday because he figured out, I guess, already what he was going to get me for my birthday when it gets here. So I'm really excited to give him his present. But my grandma, for her Christmas gift, I'm currently in the process. I hired an artist to make her a watercolor portrait of her dog. Her dog Noelle passed away this year, and I thought that that would be like a really memorable and nice gift for her of like one of her favorite pictures of Noelle. So I'm waiting to get the proof of that, and I don't know that I'm going to get it in time for the holidays. Probably not at this point because I'm actually having a print shipped from the artist, so it's not just like a digital, rendering. But I think that she'll be happy, even if it doesn't come in time. That I can just tell her, like, this is what we have for you. So yeah, finding the right gift is so difficult anymore. I tell you what. Alyssa, hello. Welcome. I'm so glad that you could join. What are you reading tonight, and how are you doing with your Christmas shopping? William said, 8 pages, finished another chapter, and started another. 8 pages is good to me because I think that's probably more than I just got done reading. So good job. Noteworthy Fiction says, finished a chapter in Skipping Christmas and also one chapter in Love Song of Web Dubois by Jeffers. Very nice. So you are actually moving through several different stories tonight, so I love that. Kat says, I finished watching my video. Good job. Uploading to YouTube. Excellent. I had to retake my pick for Instagram, eating my potato. Kat, I love potatoes with my whole heart. I don't know if I've ever mentioned on here, but my sick food, like the food that I want to eat anytime that I don't feel very well, is a baked potato with butter and sour cream. And that was something that my mom figured out when I was a kid because my stomach would be really finicky when I didn't feel well, and she had a hard time getting me to eat. And so now baked potatoes with butter and sour cream and salt and pepper is a comfort food for me. It's like one of my, it's so good. It's like a whole meal in itself. Robert says, video games. I backed Sea of Stars and I'm playing that. It won Game of the Year at the GameStop Award Show. Really? I love that. Sea of Stars. Let me look that up because that doesn't sound familiar. Is that a PC only game or is it on other platforms as well? I guess I'll see now. Okay, it is on other platforms. Oh, I love that art style. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to show this to people on camera. I always try to show my phone if I can. Can I tip it? Sorry, guys. 1 second. I have it locked. Come on. Come on. Kind of. You guys are kind of going to be able to see this. But I really like the colorfulness and like the little sprites. That dragon looks super cool. I absolutely love that. I'm going to need to check that out. So thank you for the recommendation. I currently am playing Horizon Forbidden West. I started it when it originally came out. I had pre-ordered it. And I have this terrible, terrible habit that occurs with video games that does not happen with reading books. It's only with video games that I can play something for a long period of time. And then the second I take a break from it, like if I take a week off, that week turns into a year. I don't know why. It's happened before. It happened with Horizon Zero Dawn. It's happening with Horizon Forbidden West. So now I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm finishing that game by the end of the year because it's excellent. And I can't believe that it's taking me this long. And Cody is waiting for me to be done with it, my friend Cody, so that he can talk to me about the story. And it's great. And it's like excellent science fiction as well. So it's like, why haven't I need to finish it. I just need to finish it. Kay said, did not read. Hubby came home, and then we were looking at dogs on Google. We found a purple Fabio dog, Afghan hound. Are you looking to adopt a pup, Kay? Is that what you are wanting to do? Let me look at a purple Fabio dog. So you said Afghan hound. Oh, I love it. You're right. That dog has like the best hair. The best hair ever. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. That's beautiful. I bet you they need a lot of grooming though. That's probably a ton of work. Noteworthy says, "Aw, love the pick for your granny. My dog of 17 years passed at the end of 2020, so I can relate to the importance of the gift." Yeah, that's actually about how old Noelle was when she passed, and I just thought that it would be meaningful because when you have a, I don't really like to call my dogs pets, but when you have like a companion, for that long, I mean, they're part of your family and they deserve to be enshrined the same way that anybody else would be, in my opinion. And Kay says, shopping. I knew I was forgetting something. Whoops. Yeah, I get that, Kay. Sometimes it sneaks up on me, though. I think like, oh, I still have plenty of time for Christmas, and then suddenly I don't anymore, and I'm like, oh, I actually did forget to shop because I kept pushing it off. This year I wasn't too terrible though. But you said I did get my cards done. Well, I still need to go get stamps and send them out. Well, you know what? Writing in the cards and like picking them out is the hardest part. You getting the stamps and addressing the envelopes and everything. That should hopefully be the easy part. Noteworthy says, Bubba has his shrimp. My equivalent would be potatoes. Me too. And also that was a great Forrest Gump reference. Jamie B said, I'm listening to the audiobook of House of the Dead by Fyodor Dostoevsky. There we go. I have 3 chapters worth left now. Well, good luck. You got this. I believe that you could finish it tonight if you want to. Robert says, video games. I'm still playing Chrono Trigger on the DS XL. I want the 3 Mass Effect game bundle, but I don't have the space on my SD. Oh, your SSD. Yeah, I bought that, Robert, because of course I had to. And funny enough, I I platinumed the first 2 games on it, and then I have yet to play the third because the third game is technically my favorite. Controversial opinion, the third game is technically my favorite, regardless of the ending. And when I play that, I just know I'm going to be like laser focused on it, and I have to beat Horizon first before I will let myself play Mass Effect. And then during the winter, Mass Effect 3 is on my list. So I can confirm, excellent bundle. Like the games look great if you are willing to move some stuff around or get like an external hard drive. Alyssa says, I'm working an essay for my literature class for these sprints. Okay. And what is your essay about? So it's for a literature class, but is it about a particular book or is it about something in literature, like a theme? Do let me know. I remember those days of writing those papers. Kat says, sweet gift for your grandmother, Alex. Thank you. Yeah. My grandma is complicated to buy for because she always puts so much thought into the gifts that she gives other people. She despises gift cards. She thinks they're deeply impersonal. And so I think the best gift I gave her in the recent past was, I've never talked about this. I just realized I actually spin yarn. Never told you all that. So I buy raw fiber and I actually spin it with a drop spindle, and I have dyes that like I can dye the yarn myself. And so I spun cotton yarn and I hand dyed it myself, and then I knit it into a scarf for my grandma. And that was probably like the most meaningful gift that I could give because I literally made everything by hand, and I really enjoyed that. But of course I can't do that every year, right? So I'm always like trying to like outdo the last thing for my grandma, and that's so hard. And Kay says, my youngest wanted me to look up a husky mixed with a poodle. We have allergy issues, so if you mix with poodle, you don't have these problems. Yeah, I totally get that because of like golden doodles, excuse me. Very popular dogs right now. My aunt has one because they're hypoallergenic. I've never had a hypoallergenic dog because I gravitate towards Jack Russells and they shed everywhere. You can probably see Barker's hair in my videos because it just weaves into everything. So I get having the allergy issues though, and still wanting to be able to have a furry friend. So I hope that you can find one that makes you happy and that your family can enjoy together. Dogs are the best. And Kat says, shrimp, mushrooms, butter, cheese, and sour cream on my potatoes tonight. My hubby made it for me. Barry's so awesome. I love that he loves to cook for you. I really enjoy cooking. And so when Keaton cooks for me, I always feel like very special. It's like, thanks, honey, for doing that. So that sounds delicious. And William, he said, I don't do holiday shopping. My wife does a lot of that without me saying anything about it. Fair. Yeah, I mean, being able to pitch in that way is nice too. So what I do with my side of the family and everything is like I'll buy the gifts for my family. Of course, they're from Keaton and I, and then for Keaton's side of the family, he buys gifts for them, and of course, they're from he and I as well. And so we kind of just like split them up that way, and that way everybody gets something, and it's also from both of us. So I like doing that. And Kay says, not really looking for a dog right now, though. We have 3. One is his, one we had to adopt from my sister, so it would not go to the shelter. And the other one is my sister's. We've had it temporarily, we hope. Well, I think that that's great that you prevented a dog from going to the shelter, Kay. As a big dog lover and, rescue dog mama, I know that that means a lot to those animals to not be taken, from their home and put in a place like that and then have to find a new home. So good on you. You are a very sweet person. Robert says, my mother hated gift cards, and it is a struggle because I personally, this is just me, I don't think that gift cards are impersonal. All you're doing is you're telling somebody, I'm literally giving you the money to go buy what you want. What better thing is there? Now, if I tell somebody, I guess, something that I would like and then they buy that, that's great too. But if you give me a gift card so I can go get it, that is also acceptable. But, you don't tell them that. You can't. Alyssa says, is a 2,000 word reflective essay on the skills we have learned throughout the semester. Okay. So it's like an end of the semester kind of wrap up paper. And what year are you in for your schooling? Also, I'm not sure if you're in US schools or outside of US schools. I know for us, we have freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. So, like, how far are you into your education, and are you studying literature? Is that your degree? Noteworthy says, "Ooh, cotton was that harsh on the hands. I find it tough to knit with it too long." Surprisingly, no. So when you spin it from fiber, it is the softest material that you could possibly use, and it pulls apart very easily. So, one thing that if you've never spun fiber before, the strands are different, of course, depending on if you're using like animal hair where they grow it out for a long period of time and then they shave it so the fibers can be like this long. Well, that makes it easy to work with because when you have to pull it apart to thin it in order to spin the yarn, you don't tear anything. It just like stays all in one nice piece. Well, plant fibers, not being hair, are much shorter, which also means that they're like super soft. Like cotton is, I love working with it, but it gets everywhere because when I'm trying to thin it out to be able to spin it, the pieces like flake off. I mean, I'm not kidding. By the time I'm done, if I were like wearing black clothing, you would just see a ton of white like fuzz on me, and there's nothing that I can do about it. But I really like working with it a lot more than animal fiber. One, because I appreciate the texture, but two, people don't have allergic reactions to it. So I knew that if I gave that to my grandma, she would be able to wear it and it wouldn't itch. So I think that it's worth that trade-off of the mess. And Kay says, I really want an Irish wolfhound. Oh, I'm not familiar with an Irish wolfhound. Let me look at them. Do do do. Also, sorry if you all think it's funny that I show like photos on my phone. I figured it would be a lot easier for me to do that than me try to pull up photos all the time on my computer and put them up that way. I feel like this is just very quick. Um, Oh, yes, I've seen them. I've seen Irish wolfhounds, so they're very beautiful. Super shaggy too. They got like very sweet faces. I think they look like sweet dogs. And Kay says, "Oh my cat, that sounds amazing." William says, "My only pets are fish and the aquarium," and I love aquariums. They're beautiful. My friend Cody has one, and it was like his dream to have a big aquarium, and like you can just get some amazing fish. I know they can be a little bit finicky, with like the water and like making sure to keep the tank clean and everything, but I think they're really nice. Kat says, my shopping is done. Hardly had anyone to buy for. We are about experiences and spending time with family and friends will contribute something for gatherings. And I think that that's the best way to do it. There are some friends that I have agreements with that, like, if they, like, let's say it's them and their partner, like, or we my friend and I will exchange gifts, but it's understood that like Keaton and their partner don't have to like get gifts for everybody as well as just him and I because it's something that we've done for years. And I think that that can be a nice way to do it too. Is like that not everybody wants gifts at the holidays. I would if somebody told me one year like Alex, we're not doing any gifts like for anybody in the family, I'd be like, that's great as long as I get to still eat with everybody, for Christmas and for New Year's. That's all I care about. And Kay says, we try to make presents for everyone. Oh, very nice. We did get the materials for this year's gifts, doing a project that hubby and son can work on without crafty skills. Oh, I love that. Well, that's inclusive then. So everybody has something they can do. And Kat says, I love gift cards. Noteworthy says, my dad gives me gift cards to bookstores every year. Never lets me down. Well, how could it? Absolutely. I think that that's a fantastic gift because he's buying something that is useful to you and makes you happy, and you can get whatever you want. Kay says, to me, gift card is an easy way. Like you're not thinking about what they would like, except for people like my niece who want gas cards. Yeah. And well, some people, they do need like those basic necessities, like gas cards. I worked for a company that for every Thanksgiving, they gave people Walmart gift cards so that people could always be guaranteed to buy something for Thanksgiving for their family, having meals. And like if somebody's struggling to get by or they need basic necessities, I do think that it's perfectly acceptable to give things like that, and it's always appreciated, right? Over something that, like, if they need food, it's better than giving them something they can't eat. And Kat said, I'd love to see a video of you spinning, Alex. I actually thought about doing a video of that, like me spinning yarn while talking about some book, whatever it is, and that like being a review video. Funny enough, that was an idea. So I might do that eventually, especially during the winter time when there's nothing fun outside for me to film and do. And Kay says, I like to get gift cards sometimes, though, especially ones to craft or bookstores. If there was someone like that, I would do gift cards. If there was someone like that, I would do gift cards. Yeah, I get that. Because again, those are personal to you, right? And you would know better what you want to buy at one of those places than somebody else going to a craft store and trying to buy something for you. Unless you told them explicitly what you wanted, and that would be totally different. Now, Worthy says, makes sense about the cotton. I think most fibers are faster when hand spun. Faster in terms of like faster to work with. I'm curious what you mean, but I think most fibers are faster when hand spun. You said, oh, soft. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Softer, not faster. Yes, I would agree with you. I think that they feel a lot better when they're not put through a machine. And I in general can tell when a fiber, like if I were to go to a yarn store and I were to feel fiber, I can most of the time tell which ones are like natural and which ones are like acrylic, kind of things. Cause like I think acrylic always has like a very distinct texture to it. I don't know how to describe it other than like it kind of puts my teeth on edge. I don't really like the feeling of acrylic yarn. So that's another reason why I went with cotton. And Alyssa says, I'm a second year psychology major. I graduated high school in 2015 and went back to school in 2021. Well, congratulations for you. That's fabulous. You're out there chasing your dreams and doing your thing. And now you are almost at the end of another semester. So good on you. And Kay says, we also have a cat that just moved in one day and a turtle we saved from the middle of the road. Oh, I love that. I also had a turtle that I saved in the middle of the road, but I was absolutely not bringing that home because it was a giant snapping turtle. It fit into an entire snow shovel, like it was bigger than the snow shovel when I was carrying it across the street to bring it to safety because it was being a butt and wouldn't move out of the road. I actually had people stopping trying to tell me not to help it, and I was like, I'm saving this turtle. And then I ceremoniously named it Bowser because the Mario movie just came out. So sometimes I think about the turtle and I wonder if Bowser's still at one of the local ponds. And Alyssa says, also, I'm a cat person, but I have fish for my cats. LOL. So you have the fish in a tank to entertain your cats? I'm assuming you don't mean that you feed fish to your cat, right? And Kay says, my youngest wants to be an animal rescuer when he grows up. And I think that that is a beautiful, beautiful dream and something that should be cherished. I love it when kids have a passion for animals. Kat says, I have 2 dogs, a cat, and a speckled king snake named Ice Cream Var. I love Ice Cream Var. I think he's really cool. The dogs actually belong to me, but I help out with the cat and take care of Ice Cream Var. I know Poir was named by your son. It was Andrew, right, who named him? And I know Ice Cream Bar was Andrew's, but I didn't know that Poir was actually his cat. So I don't think I've seen, other than a little snapshot on your channel, your dogs in your videos. I don't think I have. I could be wrong about that, but I don't remember them being in the videos themselves. Kat says, my niece loves gift cards because she's a college student. She especially loves Starbucks. Yeah, actually, one of my senior leaders at the company that I work for now just gave everybody gift cards to Starbucks. And I thought that that was a really nice gesture. It's like, hey, thanks. So it can be nice to, especially, yeah, you're right. When you're a college student, you just want the cash. You really do. And Kay says, I want, excuse me, I watch Whip and chats. They can be interesting. He said, for me, it is the thought that counts. So if they think about the gift card, then yay, readers equals bookstore, etc. Absolutely. And Kay says, the turtle we found got ran over. No, we had to make sure it was okay, but then we could not release it because we were not in the right area. Oh, wow. So you just take care of him and he's your turtle now. I think that's so sweet. Kat says, funny, Alyssa, I'm sure the cats are appreciative. I agree. I bet they are. She said the fish are entertainment for the cats, but they definitely wish they could eat them. Yeah, I bet that they do. And you said, cat, they love watching them, and it's very, very cute. Noteworthy says, I read Moby Dick this year, and Starbucks references will never be the same. Yeah, I have wondered before if people knew that that was the like origination of Starbuck. Because it's just now whenever people hear that name, they automatically think of like pumpkin spice lattes. So I do think that that's funny. Kay says, sorry, whip equals work in progress, like if you were spinning and chatting. Ah, thank you. Thank you. I sometimes am not hip to the lingo, okay, so forgive me. And Kat says, yes, my dogs appear from time to time in my vlogs. I'll email some pics. Andrew took Poir, but Barry Jr. and his cat, Nene, live with me. Okay, very cool. I love that. And Noteworthy says, I now think of whalers with coffee cups. That's adorable. Oh, that's a great image. Though I hate whaling as a practice. I do. I hate it as a practice, but that's a soapbox for another day. Kay says, I was not hip to most of it either, but I may learn or I'm learning. Kat says, I'm totally unhip with lingo. Well, good. Then at least I'm in the same boat as other people. I've never been hip to anything ever. And Noteworthy says, I agree about the whaling. Thank you. Cheers to animal rights. But yeah, hey, everybody, I will get the next round of sprints started. I would say this one, because we're at 3.5 hours, do you all want this to be second to last? Or would you like this to be the last sprint of the evening and maybe we could do one long one? Tell me which one you would prefer. I'm cool with either one. So we can either do 2 more sprints or 1 more sprint, but if we do 1 more, it'll be a longer one. So let me know. Melissa says, my cats love the camera. They cause chaos during my live streams. Cat, I love that. And Kat said 30 minutes. So Kat, does that mean that you're wanting 2 more and the first one will be 30 minutes? And Noteworthy says second to last, having a blast. Okay, perfect. Either is good for us. All right, well then this will be the second to last then. And Kat called 30 minutes. She was on it. She's like, I am here with a 30-minute request. And I love that. So Kat said 2 more, please. Absolutely. So I do have another question for you all. And this can be answered during the sprint, so you don't have to answer it right now. And that next question is, what book have you reread the most and why that particular book? So I will go ahead and I will get the time up. Yeah. And Jamie said, I've thought about doing chatty live streaming while crocheting, like being in a stitching group, but online. Have to work out how first, though. Well, you can always do a StreamYard, like I'm doing here, and like most booktubers do. It's a really nice, like easy platform to use, and I can recommend it. It's also free, which is great as long as you're within 20 hours of streaming in 1 month. You are welcome to like use it for free, which is great. And you can just start a YouTube channel, Jamie. I believe in you. That's what you want to do. You do that. And Noteworthy says, Jamie, do it and let us know. My knitting group ended with the pandemic. And honestly, I think I'd show up to that too. I usually am very solitary in my, like, yarn making and all of that endeavors, so I think that you should do it, and Alyssa says you should go for it as well, so everybody is supporting you, Jamie, you should do it. Alright, and with that, I will start the clock here, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. And the cat says, come on back. Let me know how you did. I am on page 360 right now. So slow but steady. That's where we're at right now. So, how are you all doing in your reading? I did ask the question, what book have you reread the most and why that particular book? And there was one other comment on here that Kat had before we left, and that was Alyssa. LOL, cats cause chaos sounds about right. LOL. And of course, they choose to do it while you're live. Yeah, absolutely. And Kay says Harry Potter 1 because I read it to my eldest and my youngest 11 years apart. And every time a new book came out, we read from the beginning. Oh, wow. So you would always start over. So you read that quite a lot. I love that. That's so sweet. You said, I also reread the Practical Magic series every year in October, but I have only done that for the last few years. I have never read Practical Magic. Funny enough, I just saw the movie for the first time this Halloween because my friend Cody, that is the movie that he watches every Halloween. And he's like, yeah, I have to show you this. And I was like, okay. So we had a movie night where he showed me Practical Magic and I showed him In the Mouth of Madness by John Carpenter, which has, in my opinion, one of the best intro songs that has ever existed in a movie. And Kat says, I love Practical Magic, Christina, book and movie. And Jamie says, I'll have to check out StreamYard. I do have a channel, but I'm still learning how to do stuff with it. And Jamie, yeah, I wanted to apologize to you because since I hadn't gotten to interact with you before, I should have realized by your name that Jamie B's books that you were a booktuber as well. And so while we were sprinting, I went and I looked at your channel and I was like, oh, of course, I already started one. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. But you absolutely should check out StreamYard if live streaming in any capacity is something that you're interested in. It's extremely easy to use. I promise you that. Because what it does is it automatically interfaces with your YouTube channel. And it actually, you could even make multiple YouTube channels and it would keep track of every single one that you have because you just log in through the program and it remembers it every time you go in to start a live stream. You can broadcast lives, you can do recorded videos, you can do premieres, I believe, as well, as part of that YouTube feature. That's not something I've ever used. That's still kind of new to me. I find premieres very interesting. But yeah, it has a lot of uses. So if that's something that you are interested in, definitely check it out. And Kat says, I have read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe the most because it is my absolute favorite book. Oh, I love that. And that's good to know. Do you have like a super ultra special edition of that, Cat? I imagine because it's a classic that they have a lot of them. And I was wondering if you had like a leather bound or something, or if you just had like one sweet little copy you've kept for years that like means a lot to you. And Kat says, Jamie, StreamYard is fairly easy to use. And Jamie said, I've probably reread The Hobbit the most. I read it first and third grade and have worn out several copies in the decades since. Oh, I love that. That means the books were very well loved. That's a great thing. Now, Worthy Fiction says, as a child, the Phantom Toll Booth. I loved the escapism. As an adult, The Heart of Darkness. I couldn't escape it in college 5 times in 2 years. Wow. Now, when you say you couldn't escape it in college, does that mean that you had to read it 5 times for 5 different classes and they just like forced you to? Or is it because you just, wanted to keep reading it and it happened to be that you discovered it in college? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly because it sounds like they made you read it that many times. Robert says, reread The Stand 3 times. People in the chat must think I'm a simp for King. No, we're all just fans, Robert. You don't have to be a simp to be a fan. Pillars was 4 times because it's great. Eisenhorn 3 because I love author Dan Aberneth's military sci-fi. Okay, very cool. I admittedly I'm trying to think if I have ever read any book 3 times. I think when I was a kid, I read Midnight for Charlie Bone multiple times. Like, I'm pretty sure I've read that in my life probably 3 times, but as an adult, I haven't read any book that many times. Even the Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society is the book that I have read the most, and that's twice. And I'm due for a third reading again of that. It's something I actually might do next year. I'm weird about rereading books because I have this odd guilt about it that like I know that I want to reread books that I love and I plan to, but every time I think about rereading a book, I imagine all of the books that I haven't yet read one time, and then I go and I'm like, I need to read these instead. So I'm bad about rereading. Maybe I'll make a conscious effort, to pick at least like a couple in the coming year that I just want to check out again to make sure I still enjoy them. Because that's why I keep them, right? Is because I intend to reread them again one day. And Robert says it paperback is 1,157 pages, by the way. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, my whatever copy I had of The Stand was more than the copy of it. I remember that. Noteworthy says 20 pages in the love songs. You're going, you're rocking, doing awesome. Pip says, dipped out for a few sprints to take my dog on a walk. I love it. During the walk, I finished my dog walking book, which was Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs by Caitlin Doty. Yes. I'm very familiar with Caitlin Doty. I follow her YouTube channel, Ask a Mortician. I think that she is honestly one of the best YouTubers ever in existence. I think that her content is engaging, it's interesting, it's educational. I think she's hilarious. She seems like just a really cool and good person. And yeah, she's awesome. I actually have a signed edition of one of her books. I wonder, give me 2 seconds and I'll grab it. Give me 2 seconds. I'm grabbing a book to show it off. I can find it. Where did it go? Where's my copy? What are you looking for? It's my Caitlin Doty book, my signed edition of. Where the hell did it go? What's the title? It was up here. It was one of my signed books. It's on your bookshelf in your office. It shouldn't be. Or is it on your floating bookshelves? I don't think so. That's how you moved it. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, it wasn't where I just thought that it would be, so hang on. Oh. Okay, good. I was like, I could not possibly have lost that book. I would have freaked out. So it was Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs. I have that as well. And I got the one that is signed and it has the stamp of her face on it. I think she's just so funny. So I'm looking forward to reading this. You said it's a good book, and we'll read her other book. And that one was The Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, talking about being a crematory operator. I might have gotten the title a little bit wrong, but I know that that's generally what that book is about. So that's really cool. And Kay says, got to chapter 40 and having supper now. Well, very nice. Kay, what are you having for supper? Sorry, I was speaking in the other direction. What are you having for supper? Will says, I've done some live streams in the past recently, downloaded a Pomodoro app, so now I can do sprints without borrowing a YouTube timer. We'll do a sprint for my birthday in January. Well, very nice. I wish you the best. I hope that it is fantastic. Starting to sprint is really fun. I remember when I first did it, it was really intimidating, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this, but it's been a great joy for me, and I look forward to this every week. In case says Practical Magic, the book and the movie are a bit different. I believe that. I believe that. Kat says, I don't have a special edition. I have the entire collection in hardcover. Oh, that's nice. That's really cool. Noteworthy says, it kept being assigned reading in college. This was after I had intentionally skipped AP Lit in high school because I didn't want to read The Heart of Darkness. Go figure. And then you were forced to read it 5 times. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Oh, you poor thing. I'm sorry. Pip says, I reread only a couple of books, one being How Not to Die by Michael Greger, because there is so much good info in it. Two, Akata Witch by Nendi Okorafor, because I missed the world. I'll have to write that down as well. I've heard of How Not to Die, but I've never read it. The Akata Witch is one that I have never heard of, admittedly. There we go. Was misspelling something on accident. There we go. And you said, oh, and my childhood favorite, a load of times, A Child Called It. So you read A Child, I've also read A Child Called It. Was that one of your childhood favorites? Really? That surprises me. And Kay says, I like to reread them to know if I still like them, but also because it is like a comfort thing to reread them. Absolutely. And Kat says, I worked on a thumbnail during sprints. I also sent you an email, Alex. Okay, well, perfect, Kat. I will check on that here in a little bit. Pip says, yes, love her channel. Me too. Pip says, that's awesome. After me scrambling to try to find that book. And Gay says, chicken Kiev and broccoli with cheese. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Pip says, I listened to the audiobook and she narrates it herself. Oh, of course she does. She has one of those really great voices that she absolutely could. Kat says, well, when's your birthday in January, William? I'm a January baby too, January 11th. I have to be sure to remember to wish you a happy birthday, Kat. It's like the least I can do for such a great friend you are. And William says, January 28th. Well, hey, it's right around the corner. And Noteworthy says, it was awful, especially because I only started to get it after the 5th reading. Oh, no. And by that time, well, is it kind of like Stockholm Syndrome? Like you've read it so many times that you're like, I think I understand what the author is trying to say now. Oh, I hate that. Kat says, Pip, I have Akata Witch on my 23 books of 2023. Sadly, won't get to it before the end of the year. Have you read her memoir? And Robert said, I had to put my book down and start a manga title, Akame ga Kill, because I kept getting catnapped. So I needed something lighter to hold up. I understand Barker was doing that to me earlier in the day before sprints. I was taking a break and I was trying to read. I was sitting over in my chair and he always loves to look out the window. So he decided to lay down right on me. And I was holding the book up and he had his little chin on my left arm as I'm trying to hold up my book, and my arm was just getting so tired. I was trying to like move him around and he just didn't want to get off my lap, and I love him so much I didn't want him to have to move. So I get that. And Kay says, I have reread a few bigger books, but not as many times. It, The Stand, Roots, and Queen, the Outlander series, 9 books, and reread all of them when a new one came out too. I have not read any of the Outlander, and I have also not seen the show, but I will tell you that between the two, I would much rather read the books. I mean, the show looked like it was made well, but I have a really hard time with TV series of not getting bored of it after like 2 seasons and continuing. I mean, Game of Thrones was probably the exception because I completed Game of Thrones, but a lot of other shows I just like can't do it. The longer they go on, the less inclined I am to watch, but I might be able to read the book series. And Kay says my cat loves to lay down on my book. They just do that. Pets just, they want your attention. They want your full undivided attention. Noteworthy says, absolutely like Stockholm Syndrome. I also bought and resold it 3 times because I was convinced I would never read it again. Oh no. I think at that point I would buy the digital version for like $3 or however much it would be, and then just it would be there for whenever it came up again. Oh, and Kay says the show was pretty close to the book. I was surprised. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Pip says it was a first read for me in elementary school, not by the school, but by a family friend, and I continued to reread it the following years. Oh, wow. Well, good. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. And Pip says, Cat, not yet, but looking forward to it. And Kay says, I got the ninth book for Christmas last year, so I reread them all in January this year. That's incredible. And that's not a small feat either to reread all of those, Kay. You are like a fast reader. Noteworthy says, college was too long ago. There was no digital version, or at least not one that didn't require a printer. That's very fair. That is very, very fair. They only, yeah, I guess really have become super popular recently. I remember it being a big deal for my professors when I was in college that some of the textbooks that they had been using had been digitized because they, always promoted for us to go to the school bookstore. And I hated it because the school bookstore was so freaking expensive. I don't know why college textbooks are so exorbitantly priced. That's the funny thing when people talk about like the top 5 book publishers. They, of course, like the top 5 publishers, they mainly focus in fiction. Of course, some of the imprints will publish nonfiction as well. But if you look at like income in terms of like gross and net income for publishers, like which ones make the most money, Pearson for book publishing is actually like the #1 publisher in the whole world because of how much they make on school books. So, and I know that that's not technically a textbook, so I kind of just got on a soapbox there for a second, but just talking about college books, it just reminded me of that. So sorry, I got distracted. And Robert says, Outlander, great books. Fiery Cross is very good, but a slog. And Kay says, I read it in 3 days. Once I start something, I have to finish it unless we're talking about crafts. Some of those never get finished. I think it's an artist hating their own work thing. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. And maybe that's part of the issue I've had when I've attempted to write in the past is I start looking at it after I get like some ideas down and I'm like, oh, this is good in the beginning. And then I keep going and I go, this is trash. And then I immediately want to move on to something else. So I totally understand that, Kay. Very impressive to read it in 3 days. I wish I had more time in the day sometimes, to just read and be able to do activities that I enjoy because I feel like I would accomplish so much more, but got to earn a living and the living ain't booktube. But I will get the last sprint set up, everybody. I feel like I'm keeping you all pretty late, but I'm glad that you're still here and enjoying your time. So please let me know for our last sprint of the evening, how long would you like it to be? 30 or 45 minutes? Let me know. And Kay says Stephen King thought the same about Carrie. He threw it away, which is insane. That is insane that was his first book that he published and it became that much of a success. Like people are now like, I don't want to say ripping it off, but they're deriving creative inspiration, we'll say, and writing new books based off of that. And those are becoming a hit too. It's just wild. Kay said his wife took it out and said, no, finish this. Yeah, Tabitha King really has held Stephen King together, especially through all of the years of his drug addiction. She's like the real MVP of his life, if I may say so. And he, I believe, does say so. And Kat said 30 minutes. Okay, Kat, you got it. Our last sprint of the night will be 30 minutes. And the last question that I have for you all this evening is... It actually plays into what we were talking about tonight a little bit. What's the worst book to movie adaptation you've ever seen? And it's because I want to know whether any of you say the same thing that I do. I doubt it. But I want to know what the worst one is to you. And Kay says, you like those 30s, Kat. And you know what? It's fair because they're in nice bite-sized chunks. 45 can seem long, especially if you've just finished a book and you're waiting for the sprint to be over, which is what happened to me last week, the very last sprint of the night, I was reading The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, and I finished it halfway through, and I went, "Well, I don't want to start a new book, so I guess I'm just going to chill out for a while." Okay, said uh, Percy Jackson. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead because now I know your answer to that question, Kay. But I'll let everybody else answer during the sprints. Got the timer up on the board here, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. How did you do on that final sprint? For me, I made it to page 370 tonight, so pretty happy about that. I might end up reading a little bit more after we get off of the sprints, but probably not a ton, just because it has been a long week. But do let me know how you were doing with your reading. And before we went on that sprint, I asked the question, what is the worst book to movie adaptation that you've ever seen? And I was like peeking at some of the answers that were coming in over that sprint. And you all are cracking me up. So, Kay, I know you said Percy Jackson, and you said I did not need to think about that one. They changed the age of the children, they cut characters and blended some, but the worst was that they changed the entire plot line. I feel like I heard about that, but because I never read the books, I also never saw the movie. So I don't know really anything about that series other than the fact that I think Percy Jackson is it the son of Poseidon? Is that right? I think that's the only thing that I've heard about that series, but yeah, that sounds absolutely terrible. See,
Okay, I found this on the web for a series, but
Siri thought I was talking to her. I love that. Ugh, I hate love and hate it. Kay says Shadowhunters movie was also bad because they changed the plot line. See, I think that that's terrible when they do that. Um, Kat says The Lawnmower Man was a short story, and My Best Friend's Exorcism, the book. I didn't realize they turned My Best Friend's Exorcism into a movie. When did that come out? Wasn't that book fairly recent? Or are people just only recently talking about it? Hang on, when did that come out? My Best Friend's Exorcism. Yeah, okay, so it was a film in 2022. I had no idea that they made that into a movie. Okay, so the book was originally published in 2016. See, I thought the book came out like last year, so good to know. It must have been that it got a new cover because I saw that it was reprinted and it was like totally different branding. So that must have been what happened. Kay says, funny thing, I know I've had this question asked before and I had a few, but right now those are the only two I can think of. Hubby said the Langoliers. Not familiar with the Langoliers. Was it for a similar reason as because they changed the plot for that as well? Kay says, hubby just, oh yeah, for the Lawnmower Man at Cat's Novel Adventures. He also said The Running Man. The Running Man, I have the book, but I haven't yet read it. That's one that I'm really interested to read. Never saw the movie, but wasn't that the one King film that had Arnold Schwarzenegger? I had that as a trivia question one night. The theme was actually Stephen King. So I came in hot. I was like, I got this covered. But that was, I think, one of the only questions that night that I didn't know the answer to because I'd never seen the movie. So that's too bad. The Arnold Schwarzenegger film wasn't that good. And Kat says the Langoliers is hilarious, especially the closing shot where it freezes as the characters jump in the air. A friend printed that shot, framed it, and sent it to me. Treasure from my year of King. I love that. Robert says Ready Player One, great book, disappointing movie. So that was a book that I did read. I read that back when I was in college, and I really enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was quite charming, had a lot of cool references in it. Never saw the movie, didn't want to because I knew that I wouldn't like it. It looked like the special effects, and all of the 3D, special animations and everything that they did looked really great, but I knew that I would be upset if I watched it, so I just didn't. Noteworthy says another 20 pages in love songs. You are just absolutely crushing it tonight. Great job. And Kay says decorations are finally aired out, so we put those out. Hey, awesome. I'm glad to hear it. That's fantastic. Kat says, uploaded the thumbnail. Woo! Waiting for YouTube to process. I'll finish up and release tomorrow morning. Well, lovely. I have something fun to look forward to. I will be out and about tomorrow, so I might not get to watch it until Sunday, but I'm definitely going to watch that this weekend. I need to catch up on Sabrina's videos as well. I'm so behind. I'm so behind on everything. Kay says, yes, Percy is the son of Poseidon. I knew nothing about the series, but I knew that. Hooray. The movie wasn't that bad if you did not read the book. Well, that's so my book that I selected for this was Aragon. So my background with that is when I was a kid, I owned the book, but I hadn't read it. Okay. And I went out and I saw the movie. Absolutely loved it. Loved it. I thought it was interesting and great. I love the way that Saphira was animated because I loved her like feather wings. I thought she was very beautiful, and I liked the voice actors that they got for her. I was like, oh, this is fantastic. And for whatever reason, in my childhood mind, I had read like a little part of the book, but hadn't read the whole thing. And I went to my friends who had read the books, and I was like, oh, that was so good, and it was like the best dragons I've ever seen, and it was just like the book. Just being a total stupid kid, really. And for whatever reason, they didn't correct me on it. But when I read it years later, it was like I think it was my late high school years. I went back and I read it, and I decided to rewatch the movie thinking it was going to be fantastic. And I got so mad after I read the book and finally watched the movie again. And I was like, this sucks. Like, this movie objectively sucks. So it was really only good for a kid. And it was also really only good for a kid who hadn't read the book. So yeah, Aragon was my biggest gripe. And I never want to see that film again, ever. And William says, I tuned out and got a snack and came back to read one page. Still got good reading done overall. Hey, that's awesome. It doesn't really matter how much you get done in one sprint. It's about, how much do you accomplish for the whole night. And I think that you've accomplished quite a lot. Glad you got a snack. Glad you're taking care of yourself. And Kat says, yes, Arnold and Running Man. Okay, I remembered that then. And Kay says, no, the Langoliers by Stephen King. It was bad special effects and poor directing and acting. He said the best part was Bulky was in it. Okay. I see. I don't know anything about the Langoliers. I didn't even know that was by Stephen King until you all just told me. So I'll have to check that out. And Kat says, Ready Player One was a decent movie if you didn't read the book. See, that seems to be a common theme. It's like if you just don't have any of the source material, you can enjoy it. But if you do, don't expect to. Noteworthy says, I used to watch The Running Man all the time as a kid. Never read the book, but it sounds very different, better than the movie. Well, if I get around to reading that sometime in the next year, I'm hoping that I'll really enjoy it. I have quite a bit of King to catch up on, actually. My next largest book that I have of his to read is over there. You can see it, a little brown one right there, and that's Desperation. All of the other books that I have from him are quite manageable in size. Like, I'm just so used to reading his chunky books now. I wouldn't know what to do with myself reading a normal sized one. Robert says, Running Man, first time Arnold says, I'll be back. Really? He actually says that in that movie? That's great. Kay says, thanks for the sprints. Was productive and had a great time. Have a beautiful night. You too, Kay. Thank you so much for coming. I love the conversation. You're awesome. Have a good evening. Kat says, I'm always behind. Ah, I know. Well, that's what happens when you have a lot of really great friends who also make awesome content, and then you're also trying to make content while also living your life. There's just, a lot going on. We can only do what we can do. And hey, Dustin, it's Dustin from With the Stovers. Dustin has a really awesome YouTube channel as well, where he does like the farm simulators, and his like editing and production value, fantastic. He does awesome. If any of you are into that, you should go check him out. And yeah, I have been on for 5 hours, Dustin. We're actually getting ready to wrap up here. We're going through the last of everybody's answers for my previous question, and then I get to say goodnight to everybody. So you're catching me at the tail end. I'm still happy to see you. And Kay says, yeah, they're doing a fourth wing, and I'm a little scared. Yeah, given how much of a sensation that book ended up being in such a short period of time, I could I could see where that could go really wrong for people. So, good luck. And you said that seems like a theme, Cat. Seems like a theme. And Cat says, "Yep, Christina." Christina says, "I will say that Jaws the movie was way better than the book. Some people should not write smut." Oh gosh. That's so funny. I didn't even know Jaws was a book. Don't think less of me for saying that. I really had no idea. The movie's so iconic. Kat says, I liked Desperation. Make sure to read The Regulators soon after. Okay. I was not familiar with The Regulators. I'll make a note of that. Regulators. Okay. Cool. Thank you. And Pip says, yes, thanks for the sprints. Well, and with that, I'm going to thank all of you. This has been a fantastic evening. My lives would not be anything without all of you and your wonderful conversation and your responses and just making this so much fun. So, this has been great. I hope to see you all again very soon. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do sprints next week. You know, we're ramping up for the holidays. Things are getting crazy, so I might end up having to skip a week, but still going to be putting out some videos soon, and I hope to hear from all of you. And I'll miss you until the next time I see you, and I hope everything in your lives is just wonderful and fantastic. I want nothing but the best for you. So during this holiday season, take care of yourselves. You know, I hope everybody is kind to you, and may you have a wonderful early morning or evening. And I will see you all later. Bye, Dustin. Good night, Robert. Take care, Noteworthy. Great to see you. Absolutely. Happy to have you. Hope to see you again on the next one. Good night, everybody. Bye.